Hello, everyone. I am officially live and on time this week. Not having to go out and clear a bunch of snow off of my roof feels pretty good. Today is actually a pretty nice day. And I'm very happy for that, although I am having just a wild hair day. So I will ask that you please excuse that. I did the best that I could, and here we are. So I am officially live yet again. I hope that you all are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you were watching live, welcome to you. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am in a little bit of a crisis in terms of what books I should be reading because I am moving through life after life. I am in a horrible reading slump right now. I'm sure for those of you who join me every week, you can probably tell that this is very abnormal for me to be like reading books this long. So I will say Life After Life and The Terror, if I had to pick which one I am enjoying more, it's definitely Life After Life. But reading these two books specifically together has not been all that great. And I have been debating about starting the illustrated edition of Eric by Terry Pratchett, which is just, that's his shortest Discworld novel, I believe. And it was a one that I got a copy of when I was at Powell's. And reading Terry Pratchett always makes me feel really good. And I've just been wondering, it's like, okay, do I technically start a third book when I've been having difficulty, like, finishing these other ones that I've been reading? The Terror is on hold right now. I might end up reading a little bit more of it tonight, but I just kind of needed a little time away from it for a moment. I had heard from Nicole. She had sent an email to Kat and I that she was not having a good time with the book and actually had to pause it herself. I've gotten pretty far into it, so I haven't given up on the story by any means. I just needed a little time away. But I have been reading Life After Life. This story, I do enjoy the way that it's written, and I like the concept of the book. It's just one of those where there's just some pretty terrible things happening to the characters, and it's not a feel good story. So if you're having a hard time reading and you want something that is going to give you like the energy to want to read, picking up something where a person experiences tragedy after tragedy can sometimes be a little difficult. And normally I like books like that. So I have been working to articulate what it is specifically, like reading this book, that is causing me the issue. And I think the at the core of it is just the fact that it's the coldest month of the year and I'm in a little bit of a slump. So I think that's probably what it is. But anyway, outside of that, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on where you are. I just talked to Keaton, and he's going to be bringing home Panda Express. So, very excited to eat my orange chicken after he gets home. And I don't currently have any beverages. I just realized I don't even have a glass of water in front of me. So, I'm going to need to go grab some water during our first sprint just to make sure that I stay hydrated. I want all of you to stay hydrated as well. And I will go ahead and go over to the comments and see who all is here. And Miss Heidi coming in first and says, hello, Alex. I will be starting book 2 of The Last King of Austen Ard, Empire of Grass. That is awesome. Good for you. And I also love that it's called Empire of Grass. For some reason, I just enjoy that name. And Combat Veteran, hello. Good to see you. How are you? He says, hi, Alex. And Heidi says, the Terror DNF, pick up Black Tongue. I haven't officially given up on the Terror yet. It's one of those books where I have not enjoyed it so much that it feels like it should be a DNF. But at the end of last year is when my struggle with reading started. And I don't know if it was the holidays. I'm really not sure really what kind of like kicked that feeling into gear. But I had like put other books aside last year when normally I'm one of those people who powers through and I read absolutely everything, no matter how much I'm not enjoying it. And there were like, I think 3 or 4 books I put down at the end of last year, which is just completely unheard of for me. And it's just that feeling that I have invested so much time in reading The Terror that I don't want to not finish it. And I feel the same way about Life After Life. So it's hard because, like in the case of this book, it's not that I don't like it. I'm just having a hard time. So, I could end up having a hard time reading something else. So that's why I feel like if I'm going to pick up another book, it needs to be something that is really short. That way I can feel my progress easier, if that makes sense. So something that's kind of more of a novella size. So I do have a copy of T. Kingfisher's What Moves the Dead, but this is also a dark story. I think it's supposed to be horror because it is based off of the fall of the House of Usher. And I'm like, do I really want to add another dark thing to what I'm reading? And that's why I feel like this probably wouldn't be the best one to go with, even though it's a perfect size, and why I'm thinking of going more with Eric, just because I love Terry Pratchett so much. His writing has always brought me joy. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. She says, hi, peeps. You said, I'm on a bus on my way home. Okay, well, you stay safe out there, and I'm glad that you are getting to go home. And Faye is here. Hello, Faye. And Faye says, hello. Sorry to hear you're slumping, Alex. Thank you. I need to do some writing, and then I'll either read Journal of a Plague Year or Dinner for Vampires by Bethany Joy Lentz memoir. Oh, yeah, I've heard of Dinner for Vampires. I've heard good things about it, too. I hope that you're enjoying it if you've started it already. And Angel is here. Hello, Angel. Says, hello, Alex. Hello, Heidi. I'm working on Percy Jackson Book 2, The Sea of Monsters. Very nice. And Heidi says, you can replace the Terror with Hyperion. I I don't know if I really want to dive into another Dan Simmons right now. I do intend to read Hyperion. I just don't think I want to trade one of his books for another one at the moment. Is it hi, Angel, and everyone in Friday Night Lights? Yes. And Combat Veteran says, that was a good movie, Angel. And Cassia is here. Hello, Cassia. Good to see you. And she says, hello. Watching some cooking vlogs on YouTube and playing a game on my Kindle. Saw this live in my feed and had to join. Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy you're here. And Angela's here. Hello, Angela. And she says, hi, Alex and friends. We're having a heat wave today. It's 39 degrees. I'm reading book number 7, which is the last in the series in the Chronicles of Narnia tonight. I started year out on a high note in Narnia. That's wonderful. That is a series I will eventually get to. I do intend to read that as an adult because I did not read it as a kid. Cassia says, oh, we're still on the terror discussion. In previous sprint, I picked it up 3 times and had a hard time with it. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that, and I can completely understand why. Heidi said, yes, Chinese food. Robert, take note if you're here. And Cassia says, I'm actually reading a book now that has the least likable character that is making me realize how reading slumps start. Haha, Some Other Time by Angela Brown. Oof. I can understand that because a while back, this has been years now, I ended up reading a copy of The Goldfinch by Donna Tartt. And I will say that while that book took me a minute to read, because it was pretty big and I was reading the hardback edition, her writing was so excellent that I kept up with it. And ultimately, I ended up giving the book a good score. But I hated the main character so much in that story. And I completely agree with you because I was talking with Keaton about that last night, actually, how I'm a very character driven person. I like to know the characters and, understand their motivations and feel like they're relatable. And when I don't get that, it can make a story really difficult. In the case of Life After Life, I actually like Ursula as a main character. I think that she's interesting. I think that the situation that she's in, of realizing kind of in this subconscious way that she has been reborn again and again after having these different tragedies, is really fascinating. And I also really love the time period. I love books that are set during like World War I, World War II era. So that's not the problem. I think in the case of this book, the problem is not the book, it's me. In the case of The Terror, I'm willing to say it's the book. But only in that instance. And Laura says, I'll most likely fall asleep as soon as I get home, so no reading tonight. Well, I don't blame you, especially if you've been traveling, so I hope you get some rest. And Heidi says, Glorious Exploits is super short. You can get it from the library. It is whimsical. Glorious Exploits. Hold on. Let me see, because I got my Libby app. Let me see if that's available. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen the cover. Oh, they only no filter out. I don't want it to just be an audiobook. Do you have like that is so weird. So my library does not have any digital copy of it. They only have the audiobook, which of course is on hold. So I would need to see. Let me see if it's. Is it available? I'll have to check. I'll do that during the first sprint so I don't hold everybody up here. I'll see if it's available as a physical copy at the library, and then like maybe I could go get it this weekend because I need some joy. And Angel says, combat veteran, good to know. Thanks. I'm planning to watch them soon. I've also never seen the movies, and I have never read the Percy Jackson books. Though I do know that the books, at least, and people, I heard mixed reviews about the movies, but I know people love the novels. And Laura says, T. Kingfisher is great, but you're right that What Moves the Dead isn't exactly a lighthearted read. Yeah, exactly. And Robert said, Lost Man's Lane, Scott Carson. Oh, okay, cool. I'm reading that now. The terror when the first mate tells the captain that he witnessed and the captain completely dismisses him. I was done. Yeah, yeah. Where am I? Hang on. I think I've made it to like 270. Hang on. I got the book right here. Everybody excuse the fact I'm in comfy pajamas. 265 is where I'm at. So, I mean, like, I've made it a decent way through. This book is just massive. And that's the thing is I'm looking at this and I'm going, okay, based off of what has happened so far, what more is there? If I had to sum this book up in a very short way, okay, it would be this. There's a group of people who set out on an expedition into the Arctic Circle, and they are being stalked by some type of monster that is slaughtering them and seemingly cannot be killed. And they don't think that they're going to be able to get back home, and they're just frozen in the ice. That's pretty much that's what the story is right now. And it has been that from the very beginning, and really not much has progressed, to tell you the truth. I mean, I'm definitely getting a lot for the characters. Like I've gotten, different perspectives, and I've learned about their different motivations. And of course, these characters are based off of real people. So if you go and you look up their names, you'll actually see their photos from when they went on this expedition. And that part's really cool. I love the fact that it's based off of history, but then them adding this element of there's this creature and nobody knows what it is or where it came from or why it's killing them and why it seems to be so angry. I don't really know why that had to be in here. So that's my 2 cents. And Cassia says, very interesting feedback about Donna Tartt. Thank you. I'm big on characters too. They can even be more important than the plot itself sometimes. I can agree with that. And I completely feel that. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Song of the Huntress by Lucy Holland. Hello, Zach. Happy to see you. It's historical fantasy about Aethelberg, the only Saxon warrior queen and the leader of the wild hunt from Welsh myth. Oh, that sounds interesting. How very fun. And Sherry is here. Hi, Sherry. Good to see you. Oh, Cherie. Excuse me, Cherie. Nice to see you. You said hi, hugging the like button, and just finished Light Out 3 stars. It fell flat at the end for me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's not fun to end on a 3. I mean, I guess it's nice because it's kind of a middling book, but not so wonderful because, you want to be reading 5 stars. At least I usually do. I always want a book to be at least a 4. And Cassia says, I find that reading a trashy thriller filled with twists and turns gets me going. There you go. Yeah, I like books like that too. Barbara says, chalupas. That's what I'm going with, Heidi. I will be having Panda Express. And Joanne's here. Hi, Joanne. Good to see you. She says, hi, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on today? And Cassia says, hi, JK. And Kat is here. Hello, Kat. Good to see you. She says, hey, Alex and friends. Hello to you. Kat, I'm sorry that I could not join. I had one of my events this past Wednesday for your live show, and I was mentally dead when I got home. And Cassia says, I'm good, just chilling. Might make soup in a bit. Ooh, soup. This is good soup weather, good stew weather too. Kat says, I love What Moves the Dead. I know, Kat, and I probably will too, but I don't know that I want to read it at the same time as these other books. That's all I'm saying. Like I've got I don't know how much of a spoiler maybe I shouldn't say. I was about to say something that happens in this book, but I really don't want to in the event that somebody wants to read this. But when I say that my character, the main character in here, Ursula, has experienced trauma, I mean that she has died in I've been trying to keep track. I think it's 4 different ways so far, and one of them was in a very brutal assault, and that's all that I'm going to say. But I'm going to leave it at that. And Joanne says, Cassia, hi, good to see you. How have you been? And Heidi says, yeah, Glorious Exploits is 5 stars. It won Best Debut Fiction from Waterstones in 2024. It's a historical fiction, 412 BC. Oh, that sounds cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll get on, actually, just to make sure that I don't forget, I'm going to go ahead and get on a little library website real quick, and then I can how quickly can I type? Let's find out. No, they don't have it available from another library. Where is it? Oh, good. Like no library near me has this unless I want to drive like an hour and a half to go get it. Okay, well, that's a bummer. I'm really surprised actually that my libraries do not have a physical copy of this book. That is really bizarre. Okay, well, good to know. Sorry, Heidi. That's a bummer for me too. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Sorry. And Nicole says, hi, Alex, just missed what you said about the terror, so we'll rewatch that. I didn't say anything that I think you haven't heard already, Nicole. And you said Dan Simmons seems too like the supernatural. I think the creature is based on an Inuit myth. Very possible, since, we have the Eskimo characters. And Silence is still my favorite of everybody. I think that she's the most interesting. I'm really curious about her role and everything, and the fact that she carries the polar bear pendant. I even tried to look up a translation of what her companion that she was traveling with said to her when they found her, and he ended up dying. Which that's not a spoiler, by the way, because we find that out at the very beginning of the book. But yeah, I am super curious on whether the creature will end up going after her or not, or if there's like something that she knows that will help protect her in these situations, because she'll just go out on the ice alone while everybody else is just being picked off one by one. So don't know. Nicole says, I'm reading Dead Souls by Gogol. Very nice. And Angel says, hello, JK. And Kat says, I'm getting ready and packing to go to the South Shore B-Day dinner and Christmas B-Day exchange with Kelsey, and then spending the night at my dad's house tonight. Well, I hope you have a wonderful time and just really enjoy yourself. Please tell Kelsey hello. And Robert says, JK, hello. I just got back from the library, returned Dark Places, picked up Animal by Elisa Taddeo. Wonderful. And Heidi says, Zach, you probably will love the Boudica series by Amanda Scott and the Gale song by Shauna Lawless. And Cassia says, Kat is here, yay! And Heidi says, hi, Kat. Kat says, never be sorry, Alex. You're always there in spirit. I am. I am always rooting for you during your sprints. So thank you. And Robert says, Nicole, still finding books you didn't buy. Hashtag just showed up in my bag. And Kat says, hey, Kaiju and Heidi. Cassie is saying hello. Nicole saying, Robert, yep, I walk in bookstores and walk out with bags of books. No idea. Oh, that's so funny. Also, if everybody wants to let me know whether you'd like to do 30 or 45 minutes for the first sprint, I'll get it set up. I got the nice Flocus one set up this time since I wasn't rushing and running behind. So yay for that. And Swank is here and says, howdy, everybody, with the cold. Yeah, Swank, I feel that very, very hard. Robert, you're not putting in the proper number, sir. And Heidi said 45, Swank 45, and Kat 45. So that is perfect. And you know what? I guess I'll ask you all, because you know that I'm still continuing and I'm still trying with the Terror. Which one do you want me to read during the sprint? Tell me. Am I doing the Terror or Life After Life? I'm going to let you all vote on that one. I could have, I guess, put up an official poll, but I didn't think about it until this very moment. And Nicole saying, hi, Swank, Robert, Acacia, Heidi, Kat, and all the chat friends I can't see yet. Yeah, Nicole, how have you been faring in the chilly weather? Have you been doing all right? I hope that you haven't had any more instances of accidentally leaving the front door open, because I don't think that the house would like that very much with how just terrible the polar vortex cold has been. And Nicole says, do the Terror. I want to keep hearing the cries. Okay. I will. That's a good enough reason, Nicole. I'll do the Terror just for you. And Kat says, hey, Nicole. And Cherie says, hey, Nicole. Robert says, duh, Life After Life. Well, I'll swap back and forth between them tonight. So there you go. Nicole saying warm and cozy. It was warm, aka mid-30s today. Oh, that's nice. It's really sad when it's mid-30s and that's warm. I know that I looked at my weather app because I got a notification of, how awful the cold is going to be here soon, because we're getting another cold snap, and they were saying that early next week we're going to be getting wind chills in between -10 and -20, but it could go as low as -25. So looking forward to that. And Zach says, I liked Animal by Lisa Taddeo. If it works for you, try New Animal by Ella Baxter. And Angel says, hashtag just showed up in my bag, happened to me this week too. I love it. Nicole says, Cherie. Oh, that's lovely. So I got the 45 minutes up on the clock, and I also need to give you all your first question, which is going to be, would you rather have to eat all of your food with a butter knife or cut everything with a spoon? There you go. And Kat says, we might get snow here in Louisiana next week. I don't know whether you're excited about that or not, Kat, so you should tell me whether you think that's fun. If I get told I'm getting any more snow after all the crap I've had to shovel out, I would just be sad. Some of it at least is melting, but pretty much everything that's on the ground is going to stay a solid block of ice and giant piles of snow for a while. The only stuff that's melting is what is up on the roof and what has been shoveled on the sidewalks and driveway. So if that tells you anything, that's how cold it is. And Angela says, we have those same wind chill factors coming Monday through Wednesday. Yikes. Yeah, I looked at the map of the U.S. and it's supposed to impact a pretty large area for that kind of cold. So I am not surprised to hear that. And Swank says, oh, sorry. You guys are answering the question. My apologies. I will go ahead and I will get the timer up. I picked a lovely forest this time. I thought it was pretty. And my background that I have behind me with my little faux wall here kind of matches. And then the green down below. I was like, oh, this is a nice green aesthetic for how chilly it is. So I will go ahead and get this started. I will be reading the terror. And I will see you all very soon. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back to the tune of the lovely piano music. I made it to page 276. I had to take a couple breaks because I was messaging with my neighbor and had to grab some stuff from outside. But before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather have to eat all of your food with a butter knife or have to cut everything with a spoon? So let's see what you had to say. Do, 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 do. And Swank answered first and said, cut with a spoon. All right. And Kat says, I'm excited so I can stay home. I go nowhere in the snow. There you go. Robert says, Zach, I had animal on my WTR for a while and I thought I looked for it at the library. Apparently not. And Kat said, as long as I have electricity, I will get a lot accomplished. Yeah, that's true. And I hope you haven't been having any more issues with your HVAC system, especially with how cold it's been. And Angela said, I'd choose a spoon. At least everything I manage to cut through will find its way inside my mouth, not so much with the butter knife. That's how I feel as well. And if you ever had to eat soup, you just have to like pick up the whole bowl and tilt it into your mouth because you can't eat soup with a knife. And Swank says, in Texas, we're getting to the mid to low 20s for the next 6 nights. Mother Nature is going through menopause or something, just staying in and reading. Yeah, we've had some lovely negative temperatures where I am. The coldest that it's gotten so far, not accounting for wind chill, but just the regular temperature was -8. So it's been rough. And Kat says, I want the spoon. And Laura says, spoon, 100% butter knife would drive me nuts. Yeah, absolutely. And Skeleton is here. Hello, Skeleton. Good to see you. You said spoon. I'm having a major TMJ issue. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I have been told that's extremely painful. And if I can't cut it with a spoon, I have no business trying to eat it. That makes perfect sense. You said, I'm trying to figure out what to read. I'm in recovery mode right now. Yesterday, I took off my jacket and something in my back got angry. Oh my gosh. You poor thing. That is not a fun way to enter into the weekend. I'm so sorry. If you have like certain things that you are looking to read right now, I'm sure everybody would be very happy to give recommendations if you want them. And Faye says, cut everything with a spoon. I've been doing that all my life anyway. I'm too lazy to use more than one utensil. Oh, that's so great. I love that, Faye. And Heidi says, I like this new timer as the countdown clock. It is a large font. Yes. I also like the little jingles and I like the backgrounds that it has. The only reason I didn't use it last week is because I was running so far behind and my Pomodoro Kitty is actually an app on my computer that like if I ever need it, I can just immediately pull it up, whereas this is actually online. So I do intend to use this Flocus going forward. So I'm glad to hear that you like it. And Teresa is here. Hello, Teresa. Good to see you. You said hello all. Hello to you. And Kat says, hey, Teresa. Robert says, I can't eat soup with a knife, but I can cut my sandwich with a spoon. So spoon it is. Yes, absolutely. And Heidi says, sometimes I eat with a butter knife now. So you have experience. And Robert said, would you rather hang with a capybara and sing karaoke or have a giant pet bee? Oh, that's actually really hard. If it had just been hang with a capybara, I probably would have picked that one, but you put in sing karaoke. And I don't do karaoke. I'm trying to think, how would I feed a giant pet bee? I wouldn't be able to like get enough honey to keep them satisfied, although it would be fun if I could like take rides on them and like ride around town. But I'm gonna have to go. I guess I'll go with the capybara just because I think it would be really cute to hang out with a capybara for a while, and I guess they wouldn't mind my terrible singing. And Gaz says, Robert, definitely a capybara and sing karaoke because I love to sing. I do like the bee question, Robert. I've never thought about a giant bee before, except for, of course, like those horrifying hornet things, but those are not bees. Those are wasps, and I hate those. bees are cute and awesome for the environment. Teresa says, Kat, hey, what are you reading right now? Zach says, spoons. I could sharpen the edge into a blade and the back into prongs and have normal ones. That is very true. That was something I thought of as well. Not thinking about cutting prongs into it, but you could like sharpen the edges. The only thing that would be difficult about that is you might cut your mouth. I don't know if any of you have ever cut the inside of your mouth before while eating, but I have done that. And the earliest time I ever did it was when I was, oh gosh, I don't know how young I was. I was probably like 6 or something like that. And my memo had given me one of those Go-Gurt chocolate pudding tubes. I don't know if you all remember those, but you could like cut the tip off of them and you could just like squeeze the yogurt out. And they were like really popular with kids, but they had yogurt ones and they had pudding ones. And she had given me one and I had stuck it in my mouth and was eating it. And I ripped it out of my mouth too fast. And I sliced the inside of my mouth. And I actually still have scars, believe it or not, to this day from the cut I gave myself. So I would be a little afraid, I think, to eat with a sharpened spoon. Robert says, meow. Yeah, wouldn't it be funny if I could put a cat noise as the little jingle? They don't have that, but that would be fun. And Swank says, sing with the capybara. They're more chill than bees. I would have to disagree with you, Swank. Bees are really chill. It's wasps that are terrifying. Bees will not sting you unless you are threatening the hive. So for example, like if you saw a honeybee out and they were like collecting pollen, they'll die if they sting you. So it doesn't benefit them to sting you in order to protect themselves because they'll die anyway. The only times that they'll sting you is if they're trying to protect the hive. So there's like plenty of instances where I've been out in public before with honeybees and I just like hang out with them and they're really nice and super gentle. A bumblebee can sting you and not die, though. So some people have tried to help bumblebees before and have grabbed them with their bare hands and they get stung and they're like, why'd you do that? It's like, because the bumblebee won't die. That's why. And Skeleton says, I started a pyragon. Did I pronounce that correctly? A pyragon? I don't think I have the spoons for it right now. Oh, I get that. Yeah, it's funny that you also say spoons. I have a dear friend of mine who taught me that phrase of whenever he doesn't have the energy, he also would say, I don't have the spoons. And I had never heard that until he told me. And Nicole said, made it to page 74. Oh, are you reading The Terror? Oh, wait, no, you're talking about your other book that you're reading. I'm sorry. I got interested for a second because I remember in your email where you were in The Terror when you had paused it. I was like, oh, did she start reading it again? I don't think you did. Oh, Keaton is home. That's why you can hear Bubby. Hi, honey. Nicole also said spoon. And Zach says, got to page 133 in Song of the Huntress. Very nice. And Zach said, I like the song Giant Bee. I've never heard that song. And Heidi says, Alex, my favorite fantasy novel has a giant intelligent bee like bugs. Oh, that would be so cool. I remember a couple years ago, I read that novel just called The Bees by Layleen Paul. And I don't know that I'll ever find another book that's like that again. That was kind of like from the perspective of bees, but like some of the information was good and some of it was, fantastical just because it was a fictional work. But I do love a good bee in a book. And you all can go ahead and let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. We can do 30 or 45 minutes. And during this next sprint, I'm going to eat. I'm so hungry. All I have had today has been hummus and some pita crackers to eat with it. So I'm probably going to demolish this Panda Express. I'm really looking forward to it. And Keaton is here saying hello to everybody. He has had a very long week, so I'm happy that he made it home safe and sound. And Swank said 45. All right, Robert said 897. What? Seconds? Milliseconds? Minutes? Hours? I don't know. But I can do another 45. And then, let's see, I'm going to give you all your next question, which is, would you rather eat only pizza for a year or not eat any pizza for 5 years? There you go. And Zach says you could try Pod by Layleen Paul. Oh, it's about dolphins? Oh, how fun. I liked the book enough. I mean, it's not my favorite book I've ever read, but it was interesting and I liked the story enough that I would read something else by her. So that's cool. I didn't realize that she had one about dolphins. Thank you. And Heidi said, I think Gilligan's Island has a fun bee song. I didn't know that either. I'll have to look that one up. Kat says, hey, Teresa, I just finished Winter Ween this morning, so reading nothing. I'm about to leave to drive to the South Shore to hang out with my friend Kelsey. Yeah, I hope you have a wonderful time with that, Kat. But you all have your next question. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I got to eat. Did I give you an update on where I was in the terror? I don't think I did. I apologize for that. I made it to page 276. So there we go. And I will probably try to get through the next chapter before I go back into Life After Life. And I don't know how much more I have of this particular set. So I'll give you all an update when I'm back and enjoy your time. I'll see you later. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I expect Barker's going to open the door in like 2 seconds. Hello, Bub. He's pacing through the house. Bubby, you want to come up here? You want to come up here? No? You're leaving again? Okay. He'll be back. Not really sure why he goes in and out in such a way, but he does. So, to give you an update on my reading, I made it to chapter 22 in The Terror, which is page 280, and then I dove back into Life After Life, where I am on page 256. So basically, very close in the same place in both books, although Life After Life is shorter. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather eat only pizza for a year or not eat any pizza for 5 years? Let's see what you have to say. Faye was the first answer and said, no pizza. I hate this stuff. I know. I'm ready to be excommunicated now. It's okay if you don't like pizza. I don't think anything bad about that. Teresa says, only pizza for a year because you can do so many different toppings. Okay. Kat says, good night, everyone, and good night to you, Kat. Safe travels to her. And Teresa says, have fun, Kat, and bye, Kat from Faye. And Heidi says, I can eat pizza for a year with all different toppings, including salad. You can have white pizza, too. Both have no red sauce. I've never heard of a pizza with salad on top. That's interesting. And Zach says, the Giant Bee song I was talking about is made by the same people that made those weird creatures from the Quiznos commercials. I do not know what you're referencing, and you're making it even funnier. Teresa says, do pizza cookies count? A good question. I guess we're not considering that the pizza is the dessert. The pizza is the main meal. So I would say you can still eat cookies. At least that's the way I was thinking of it. And Amal says, hello, peeps, and hello to you, too. And you said pizza for a year, of course. He said also reading His Only Wife, 73% in hoping to finish today. And on YouTube, I'm listening to Wild Eyes. Very, very nice. He said, I may fit in the graveyard shift somewhere, too. Awesome. And Nicole says, we had pizza every Friday for the last 10 years and stopped after moving. Surprisingly, I miss it, and we've started again. Oh, that's sweet. You said, so pizza every day for a year. I am going to have to be with Faye on this one, and I would give up pizza for 5 years. I would be totally okay with that. I was somebody that for a really long time, I never craved pizza. And I would argue I still don't really crave pizza, but I'm more comfortable eating it now than I used to, because I would eat pizza so rarely anyway. There probably was a year that I went without having any. So I wouldn't be able to do like the quick, easy DiGiorno's meal that Keaton and I enjoy with our stuffed crust cheese pizza. But I would deal with that. I would find other quick things. And Zach says, I'll have to go with no pizza for 5 years. There we go. Although pizza is extremely versatile, constantly making things in pizza form factor would get old fast. I would have to agree with you on that one. I also just feel like unless I could get really creative, I think my gut would be upset by eating that, because I generally find almost any pizza to feel heavy to eat, and that might just be me. Probably haven't eaten the right ones. It's certainly haven't had pizza salad, so there you go. And Skeleton says pizza for a year. Okay. Robert says I could eat pizza for breakfast. And Amal says same, pizza is life. Robert says, would you rather have Alex read The Terror or the back of a cereal box? Heidi says, would you rather have Alex read The Terror or IKEA bookcase instructions? That would be even funnier, because IKEA bookcase instructions are only pictures. There are no words. So I don't really know how well I could read that. It'd be more like a comic book. And Angel says, Andrew would divorce me if I gave up pizza for 5 years. That's cute. I hope Andrew is doing well. And Faye says, finally finished my blog post. Now I somehow have to eat despite all the pizza talk. And you said, come on back. So Barker came on back. Yeah, that's true. Except he doesn't really... This is the one thing about him that I feel like he's not well behaved. He does not come when he's called. in most cases. He has to already be in the mindset to come to you when you call him for him to do it. Otherwise, he'll just stare at you. It was very unlike Ash. And Ash, like the second you'd put your hand down, you didn't even have to call her, you just put your hand out to her, she'd immediately come over. And there's many times I wish Bubby would do that, because like there's sometimes I just want to snuggle him and he can be so aloof. And he's very funny in that way to our guests, because even people who love dogs and they feel like they're dog whisperers, they come over and Barker will give them attention for about 5 minutes and then he just doesn't care about them anymore and does not come and snuggle up with them. So if you're somebody that he'll do that with, you're special. And he does that with myself, with Keaton, and my mom. He doesn't really do that with anybody else. And Nicole says page 87 and some shuffling about. Nice. Angel said the creatures with the teeth. And Angela said, I can do without pizza forever. Okay, good to know. And he said, pizza salad is so good. Pizza crust. That's weird. It says connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try plugging it into your router. My Wi-Fi is showing that I have perfect connection on my computer, so something weird must be going on with StreamYard. So let me know if it cuts out for you all. It did for me for like a quick second and came back, but hopefully I'm not like blurry or anything weird right now. Oh, and now it's gone. Okay, thanks StreamYard, you weirdo. And Teresa says, I can make a pizza cookie, a made meal. I make taco pizza and it's topped with lettuce and tomato. Taco pizza sounds pretty good. I will say that one of my favorite things from when I was growing up was those giant cookie cakes that you could get from like any grocery store. Kroger had them. I think Walmart sold them. But I'm one of those weirdos that I like the minimal amount of icing on like the giant chocolate chip cookie cake. So like if you got one that had no icing on it at all, I would actually be happy as can be. And Nicole says, darn, just found out that my son is marching in the inaugural parade, but it's been moved indoors. Oh, well, darn. If it's that cold, I can understand why they would do that, but I can imagine it wouldn't be as much fun for it to be inside. So I'm sorry. Swang says, eat pizza for the year, and a cookie pizza would count if you ate it for a meal. True, true. There's always loopholes to any question I ask. And Jamie is here. Hello, Jamie. Good to see you. She says hello. And Teresa says, sorry, Nicole. Yeah. Jamie says, I'm listening to Some Murders in Berlin by Karen Roberts. Very, very nice. And Nicole says, LOL, you froze for a sec, but it's fine. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Don't know what caused that. It was weird. And Zach says, got to page 154. Very nice. And you all can also let me know how long you would like this next sprint to be. We can do 30 or 45 minutes. And Jamie says, several reading sprints this week have had connection issues this week, possibly a StreamYard issue for most of them. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better, because I always worry when stuff happens with the Wi-Fi, because everybody gets random outages with their service provider, and I've definitely had my fair share of those in the time that I've been with them. But if nothing else, like my phone's not affected, the TV's not affected, the computer's not affected, it's like there's got to be something else going on. So it makes sense if it's StreamYard. And Zach says the Quiznos creatures are called sponge monies? Monies? Or hold on a second. Quiznos sponge monies. Okay. Oh, monkeys. Sponge monkey. Okay, there we go. That is absolutely horrifying, and I have never seen those before in my life. Thank you, I hate it. And Jamie said 45. Robert says billions. Billions of milliseconds. And Cassia says, hi, Jamie. And Nicole says, it'll be warmer inside, but that's a hard sell to the cadets. Oh, well, at least they still have the parade. That's true. It's very true. Jamie says, hi, Cassia. And Zach says 45. Even wrote it out for us. Swank also said 45. Okay, well, that makes it easy then. So I will be going back into Life After Life until I get to, excuse me, the next chapter break, wherever that is. But this book is very strange in how it's broken up because sometimes it'll jump in years or in time, but it's not technically a chapter ending. It goes by different sections, usually with regards to what's going on in Ursula's life, like if she has died again and starts anew, or like there's a many year jump in between. Sometimes it'll start a new chapter. So I really don't know how long this is going to be, but we will see. And Swank says, I love those Quiznos commercials. Maybe I'm one of the only people who never saw those. That's wild. And I also will give you all your next question, which is going to be would you rather spend the weekend with pirates or ninjas? And I go ahead and put the 45 minutes up on the clock. And I will see you all in a little bit. And happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 272 in Life After Life. I'm at a pretty interesting part right now, which is great. And before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather spend the weekend with pirates or ninjas? Faye says ninjas, they're quieter. That is very true. And Swang says ninjas because I don't do boats. Okay, also fair. And Alicia says, hello, Alex. Hello to you too. Happy Friday. Just finished up dinner, and I think I'll be tidying up my desk and playing the Switch with Hogwarts Legacy tonight. Very, very fun. I had a brief stint earlier today where I was playing some Stardew Valley, so I hope you enjoy your Hogwarts Legacy. He said, I would rather spend a weekend with ninjas as long as they train me to be one. There you go. And Angela says, pirates, since DNA points to them being part of my ancestry. Oh, now that's actually interesting. I'll take my chances that I might get along with them better. That's a really cool fact about you, Angela. I love that. Skeleton says, ninjas. I presume I wouldn't even know they were there and I could just keep reading. There you go. And Nicole says, it's official for the first time since 1909, the cadets won't march in the inaugural parade. Oh, that is so sad. I feel really bad for your son. I'm so sorry. And Heidi says, Alex, it's Cat's Discord in the music thread. There are now a few B songs posted. Okay, thank you for that. And Nicole says, on the upside, pirates because I love sailing, treasure, parrots, and wooden legs. And Robert says, ninjas, they don't smell as bad as pirates. And Zach says, ninjas, they have far more honor. Side note, they're a cool bagpipe cover for the Pirates of the Caribbean theme called She's a Pirate. Huh, that's cool. Like that it's bagpipes. Pirates of the Caribbean music is some of my favorite ever composed for a movie. Like I actually have some of it that I bought on iTunes years ago, and I can't tell you how many times I've ever listened to like Drink Up Me Hearty's Yo-Ho or anything like that. And Zach says Heidi is blonde and the giant bee on the bee song playlist. It's the best one. Also, P.S. The original place the Quiznos Sponge Monkeys came from is a song called We Like the Moon. And Heidi says, no, I'll put it on right now. Robert says Bumblebee Sting Me by Wilson Pickett. I love all this bee song information. This is great. And Faye says, I watched a badminton match and read 6 pages of Journal of a Plague Year by Daniel Defoe. Very nice. And Jamie says, I got you 20% in my book, A Murder Mystery about a serial killer in Berlin during World War II. Oh, no, that's very interesting. One, because it's set during one of my favorite time periods for fiction, but also serial killer. Huh. Also, Faye, I wanted to comment. I don't remember you being a fan of badminton. If that's something that we've talked about before, I forgot, and I do apologize. But I think that's cool that you like badminton. And Heidi says, Robert Wilson Pickett is on the list. And Alicia says, I have all the houses set up between Switch and PS4 so I could see all of the house common rooms. That's really cool. I love that. That's so cute. And I also, just because of where we are at this point in the night, I'll do one more 45-minute sprint and one more 30-minute sprint. So you can let me know in what order you would like to do those. So either write 30-45 or 45-30. And the first person to answer is who we will go with. And Jamie says, I'll hang out with the ninjas. I could learn some martial arts from them. Yeah, in this case, I would have to also go with ninjas only because I understand the history of pirates with women, not including the Pirate Queen, which was, a very rare occurrence. I don't think that I would want to be on a boat with a bunch of rowdy, smelly, rum drinking men. I don't think that would probably be very fun for me. I would happily drink the rum. Being accosted is the part I would not enjoy. So I would have to go with the ninjas. And I agree with everybody because they're quiet. And Skeleton says, I read a bit of the Salzburg Connection, ate some pizza, and did some research on the BookTube Prize nominees. The BookTube Prize nominees? What is the BookTube Prize? I don't know anything about that. So do tell me. I'm curious. Alicia said 45:30. Perfect. I will do that then. And Faye says, I mentioned it before, but I don't think you thought I was serious. I'm badminton obsessed. I follow it all year round. Okay. So that makes sense. Not that I didn't take you seriously. That's not what I mean. But it was just, I think it probably must have been like a passing comment. And if you went back and you watched whatever stream you mentioned that in, I probably had the same reaction of being like, oh, that's interesting that you like badminton. So I'm really sorry, Faye. But I think it's cool that you love it. That's fabulous. And now that we're talking about it more, I do remember us speaking about this. But for whatever reason, I conflated it in my mind with tennis. So I didn't remember that it was badminton. And I think my brain swapped it and thought that you liked tennis. So sorry about that. Angel agreed with 45:30. Sorry, Zach, about the 30. And Jamie says, I always think of Captain Bog and Salty for pirates and pirate music. And Caitlin is here. Hello, Caitlin. Good to see you. You said hello, new here. I would go with ninjas. I feel like they'd be cleaner. I agree with you about that they would be cleaner. And also, welcome to you since you are new. I'm happy that you made it. You said currently reading A Billionaire Romance. Okay, very nice. I am reading Life After Life by Kate Atkinson, which is a mix of historical fiction and like magical realism because every time she dies, she gets to relive her life over again, which has been very interesting. Gets to make different decisions each time. And Skeleton says it's a literary prize judged by the bookish social media crowd. I had no idea. He said there's a BookTube prize channel here. Huh. Well, that's really cool. I'm glad to know that that's a thing. Thank you for sharing. And since we are going to be doing our second to last question of the evening, I'm going to ask again my new question that I have added to the weekly repertoire, which is going to be, what is something you've learned over the last week that was interesting? I really like this question, and I do intend to ask it every week. So whatever it is, and you don't have to worry about whether other people find it interesting. You just have to think it's interesting. That's all that matters. So put whatever you have learned, and it'll be fun for us all. And I will go ahead and get 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to see how much more I can do in Life After Life and see if I can get to the next chapter break. And if I can, I am going to take a break for some knitting. But if I don't, then I'm going to keep reading until I get to the following chapter. So we will see. But I'm going to wish you all happy reading or whatever you are working on. And I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the second to last sprint of the evening. I did make it to the end of my chapter in Life After Life, and I actually got there with 20 seconds to spare because Keaton and I are doing laundry right now, so I got up earlier to fold with him. So I'm currently on page 293. So I made some really good progress in the book tonight. I am going to be spending some time knitting during our final half hour of the evening since I've been really good with my concentration tonight on the books. I've been super happy about that. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So let's see what you had to say. Oh, Nicole said missed the chat but watched it back. Nice. And Zach says the car company Volvo didn't get its name from a Swedish word. It comes from the Latin word volvere, which means to roll, because Volvo was originally a ball bearing company, also where revolve comes from. That's really cool. I didn't know that. Thank you for that fun fact. Heidi says on YouTube, I found an easy way to make a tasty pasta sauce. Roast block of feta, cherry tomatoes, garlic, and shallots, then blend. I'll post in Kat's Discord. That sounds amazing. So absolutely. Thank you for that. And Nicole says Sun is bummed as they spent the entire week practicing outside in the snow. At least they'll get Monday off now. Yeah, that would not be fun after having suffered in the cold and then realizing that you didn't have to do that. So I'm really sorry. Faye says, I learned some things about Neil Gaiman that nobody should have to learn. I did too, actually. I wonder if you and I might have watched some of the same content if you were learning about it from YouTube. I know there was a pretty substantial article that had come out about all of the allegations this last week, and it's just awful. Like, I can't reconcile, and I'm sure many people feel the same way, that somebody who wrote so many of my favorite books could be that awful of a person. And it's just, it's beyond upsetting. And I don't really know what else to say about it than that right now. I know that there's still technically allegations, but there's just so much that has come out and a lot more details that have been given. And I'm one of those people that I want to believe the accuser, right, until it's been proven otherwise, because there's been so many people in history that have tried to step forward with things and people just brush them off because, the person that they were going against had a lot more, money or power or anything else. And I definitely, just because Gaiman wrote some of my favorite books and I've really liked him as an author, that doesn't mean that he's a good human being. So it's awful. And Nicole says, I learned that my neighbors are awesome. That's great. One of them shoveled our driveway while we were out of town. That is so very kind. I'm happy to hear that. How lovely. And Teresa says, made dinner, shrimp scampi. Haven't had it in so long. One of my favorite dishes. Shrimp scampi is amazing. I have a pasta that I make for Keaton, and I actually made it twice over the last week because it's just been so good that it's like a chili, like you can use a dried chili or a fresh chili, and you like heat it up in some oil after you've, cut it or broken it up into little pieces, and you add your zucchini and you cook the zucchini. And while you're cooking the zucchini, you have the pasta going, and then you put the shrimp on and you cook the shrimp and like garlic and butter and herbs. And, you add like Parmesan and more butter and you throw the pasta in, and it's just really wholesome and comforting, and you add a good amount of Parmesan on top. I love it. Shrimp are so delicious. Skeleton says, I learned that KitchenAid wants $700+ for a microwave oven. There is no way in hell that their microwave is better than like a brand you could get at the Lowe's for way less than that. He said, fortunately, GE, Whirlpool, and Samsung are far more reasonable. Yeah, absolutely. And they're still reliable. I haven't had a circumstance where like a microwave that I had went bad, but I did have an issue where one like one of the legs broke, and because it was teetering, it didn't function the way that it was supposed to, so I had to get a different one. But, microwaves are pretty robust, so you should be fine. And Angela said, the letter S is the hardest letter to say quietly while whispering. Omit those S's if you can. I've never thought about that. Is it just because it's one of those sounds where you kind of like whistle when you say it, or you have to like blow out more air when you're pronouncing an S, so it just is harsher when it comes out? I guess it makes sense. I've never really thought about it, but that's very cool. And Robert says, I learned that an Internet Friends channel just got to 2,000 subs. Oh, good for them. That's so cool. Bob's Books. Well, that's wonderful. Congratulations to your friend. I'm assuming it's Bob. So congratulations to Bob. And Swank says, I learned that what a lavender marriage was. I don't know what a lavender marriage was, so if you want to explain that, Swank, I would be interested. My interesting fact over the last week is I found out that sail makers who would travel around on ships, they would actually carry needles around their neck, and they would have them inside of the horn of an animal, and they would pack that horn with a mixture of tallow and sand. And so when they were walking around, that was a perfect place for them to be able to keep their needles for sewing, because then they're convenient, they're stuck in, like they're not just kind of sloshing around or going to fall out anywhere. But the really cool part of the combination of the tallow and the sand is it would actually sharpen their needles when they would stick it in, so they never had to worry about needing to keep them sharp. And it would also take off any rust and prevented rusting, which was really important when they were traveling around out at sea in the salty water. So I thought that was really neat. And Faye says, I read 18 pages of Journal of a Plague Year. Very nice. And Zach says, got to page 209. Lovely. And Jamie says, I got to 25% in my book and heated up a can of mushroom soup for dinner. Mushroom soup. I love mushrooms. They're one of my favorite things on earth. If I had to be a vegetarian, I would probably eat mushrooms every day. And Jamie said, I've been reading a book about 2 all-black cavalry units from the Civil War that became a major part of the Indian War in the West. Interesting topic so far. That does sound very interesting. I had watched a documentary recently about the fact that when World War I and especially World War II were going on, there were different units for the American Red Cross that were started specifically by Black women, because I guess when the resources from the American Red Cross were going to the troops, the Black units were excluded from the resources. And so they had to have their own people at home making stuff for them to send out. Otherwise, they weren't going to get any supplies, which obviously is really terrible that was happening to them. But the fact that people stepped up to be able to send them the items that they needed and knit them their proper clothes and got them the socks and everything that were required, I thought that was really cool. And Zach says, I like the quote, every man is some girl's monster. Yeah, that's true. And Alicia says, I set up for video filming and cleaned up my desk. Very nice. And Faye says, Zach, that's really sad. It is sad, but it's also pretty accurate. I mean, as a woman, I can say I've had some very negative experiences with men who, to other people, they never would have expected that person would act like that. So, you never really know about people. And Caitlin says, I learned that I cannot air the tires on my car because no matter how many times I air them, the light is still on. It sounds like you have an issue with your tire sensor then, unless you have a leak in your tire. But if your tires are filled and they're not losing any air and your light stays on, it's your tire pressure sensor. And Zach says, Panasonic microwaves are awesome. I call mine Chef Mike. I like that. That's really funny. Chef Mike. Zach says the book I'm reading has a lavender marriage. I don't know what that means. Somebody explain to me, what does a lavender marriage mean? And Alicia says, I learned this week that Lego came out with a Twilight set and Edward sparkles. Oh, that's so fun. So you must have glitter in the plastic. And Swang says it's where a gay person married a hero, especially in the old Hollywood time. A gay person married a hero. Am I being dumb? I don't think I understand what that means. A hero, like just somebody who in civil life did something heroic and then they married a gay person. I think I'm not understanding. And Skeleton says, these were all at Lowe's. The KitchenAid one apparently automatically analyzes the food and adjusts the times and temperatures. I've read too much Ray Bradbury for that to be appealing. Yes, I love that you brought that up. It reminds me of the Martian Chronicles. At the end of the book, there's that short story about the automated house that continues to cook breakfast and clean every day despite the fact that the people are gone. So that's really funny. Alicia says a lavender marriage is a marriage between a person who is heterosexual and another who is homosexual, where the sexual orientation of one or both partners is kept hidden. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like when people talk about like a woman being a guy's beard. It's like where he's secretly gay, but he married a woman to cover up the fact that he's gay. Is that accurate? So that would be considered a lavender marriage. I've never heard that term before, so that's very interesting. Skeleton elaborating hetero. Thank you. I did not get that context. And Caitlin says that could be it because all the tires look fine. Yeah, tire pressure sensors just go bad sometimes or they get misaligned. Unfortunately, depending on where you take them, especially if you go to a tire shop, they're usually not that expensive to replace. If you go to the actual car manufacturer and you want to get them replaced, you're probably going to end up paying more for that. But you could call around and get some quotes. It's not anything that's going to hurt your car. It's just really annoying. And Zach says, a better way to explain a lavender marriage is a gay man and a lesbian woman marrying each other so they could hide that they were gay when it was unacceptable. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I've definitely read books where that has happened before. Swank says hetero. Fuck you, corrector. You're good. We got there. I appreciate the explanation. And now I have added a new phrase to my repertoire. So very cool. And thank you all for sharing those super interesting facts. This has become like one of my favorite things that we're doing now. So that was awesome. And I also need to adjust the time here because we're doing 30 minutes for this last one. So I'm going to get that adjusted here. This is the thing about me using a new timer is I have to get it to change over. There we go. I forgot I needed to reset it each time. It's not that I didn't accept it. It's that I had to hit the right button because of course I did. And Skeleton says, our house came with contractor special appliances and the microwave is dying, but 18 years isn't bad, I guess. 18 years is pretty good for any appliance, in my opinion. So that's awesome. I don't know if I ever told you all this story. I think I probably have, but when I lived at my last apartment, I had to get my water heater replaced. And of course, the property managers took care of it and the engineers came by. And when I opened up the door to find out why it wasn't working, I discovered that the water heater was like the same age as me, which was absolutely insane that it had lasted that long. And it was a gas water heater. So you can imagine they had a really hard time like getting that cleaned out, and it dripped dirty water all over the floor and all of that. But 25 years for older appliances, I mean, that's pretty good. Zach says, my book has a lesbian married to an ace band. Very nice. And Swank says, yes, beard nowadays. Okay, so I guess we just have a new, more colloquial term for it, if you will. But that means that I get to ask you all the final question of the evening as we head into our last 30 minutes. And that is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? So I look forward to hearing all of your answers for this one. Oh, and I'm so sorry. Keaton wanted me to ask you all a question, not like as an official question, but just ask the general audience. If any of you have listened to Mac Miller's Bloonerism, album that just came out, Balloonerism, I think that's what it was called. And it was one that was, it just came out posthumously, and there were all of these different artists who had like found some of his music and worked to finish it, and then they created like an animated film of the album to go along with it. So he said that he thought it was really cool, and it was a really nice gesture that they did for Mac Miller. So he just wanted me to ask anybody that. And if none of you have listened to it, that's totally okay, because I just heard about it today. But I will go ahead and get the 30 minutes up on the clock for you all. I'm going to be sitting and knitting, and yeah, so I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the final sprint of the evening. I hope that the evening has been productive for you. I feel like it was pretty productive for me, which makes me happy. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? Let's see. Let's see, Robert says lavender marriage. I'm guessing that term can be used for Samuel R. Delaney and Marilyn Hacker. And Swank says that I got all the paperwork I need for my house and then took copies to other people involved. It was a huge weight off my shoulders and I got my heater fixed today. That's awesome. So happy for you, Swank. Great job. And Robert says, proud, donated to a charity called Baby to Baby, and they're helping parents in Cali, providing diapers, clothing, and basic necessities. That's wonderful. Thank you for helping out for the people who are suffering from the wildfires right now. I know a lot of people, like monetary donations are always nice, but, people need clothing and food and everything to replace what they lost in the fires. So that's super awesome. And Swing says it's going to be in the middle to low 20s for 6 days straight. Yeah, we're definitely getting that cold snap coming through. I'll just be happy if we don't have another low below -8. Like, if we can just not have that, I'll live. And Robert says last week a group of capybaras is called a herd, and I'm changing that to a donut. A donut? Oh, that's cute. And Nicole said, so I just zapped the crap out of my computer and now the screen doesn't work. Oh my gosh, wait, you static discharge shocked your computer and the screen's not working, or you plugged it into a wall outlet and shocked it? That's pretty messed up. I'm so sorry. Swank says, you go, Electra woman. Nicole says, I guess that's it for me tonight. Thanks for hosting. I'm doing this on my phone. Oh, well, good luck. I hope you can get it working again. He said, if only I could use my powers for good instead of evil. I believe in you. I think you'll figure it out. Maybe it just needs to reset or something. Robert says, Nicole, what, like a stun gun? And Swank says, gotta go. Thanks for the sprints. Peace out. Peace out to you too, Swank. And Amal says, was out, just came back and nearly done with his only wife, 96% in. Great job. Wonderful. And Faye says, I wanted a cross stitch of Ralph from the Muppets, but couldn't find one. So I got a kit for a teddy bear cross stitch of similar colors and a pic I found online of Ralph pattern, and I'm figuring one out. That's awesome. Good for you. I believe in you, Faye. I like kind of creating your own things in cross stitch, in crochet, in knitting, and sewing. If you figure something out, even if it doesn't turn out exactly the way you expect, it's cool that you just made something new. And Angela says, my greatest accomplishment this week was setting up a book journal. I've never kept one before. Oh, that's awesome. Good for you. I know that's a lot of work. This is my 6th year keeping a book journal. And yeah, depending on how many different stats and things you follow, that can be a ton to set up. So great job. And Jamie says, I got to 30% in my book in that sprint. Wonderful. Teresa says, thanks, Alex. You are most welcome. And Caitlin says, I got out of the house and went to the library. Nice. That's always a great time. I love going and hanging out at the library. And Alicia says, I'm proud of myself because I accomplished a lot this week. I'm still in catch-up mode from when I was sick for 3 weeks, and I think I'm finally caught up. I know that really took its toll on you, but I believed in you that you could get caught up, so good on you for sticking with it. I knew you'd get there, even if it took a few weeks. No worries. Jamie says, I got our alley shoveled enough to be drivable just in time for a new snow tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, everybody be careful out there. If you're getting any snow, sleet, ice, even if the weather's just going to be cold, be very careful. Stay outside with your animals until they've done their business and come in. I keep going out with Barker and having to go get him out of the snow and just being like, can you please come on? How are you not frozen? He's just happy as can be, just toddling around out there. But I do genuinely want everybody to be careful. And Zach says, fun fact, Taser stands for Thomas A. Swift Electric Rifle. It's an old literary reference. Oh yes, I have. Yes, I have heard of that, and I think that that's really cool. And Alicia says, I heard that northern part of Florida may get snow next week. We shall see. Oh, that would be wild because Florida doesn't often get snow, right? I don't imagine that you probably do. Then again, I'm not really sure because of the way that the weather's been in areas like Texas. And what was it, 2 years ago when everybody had the frozen pipes and like a lot of people's houses flooded during the winter? So in truth, I actually don't know how much snow Florida typically gets. But yeah, I don't imagine the state is as well equipped to handle it as places like Minnesota that get like tons of snow. So just, drive slow. And if other people seem like they're being stupid, don't get anywhere near them. Alicia says last time the northern part of Florida got snow was the 70s. Wow. Okay. Ooh. Okay. I don't envy you then. I'm very sorry. And Angela says, I made it to 87 pages in this last book of Narnia, which is a little over halfway. Thanks for the sprints and have a good weekend ahead. You as well. Thank you so much, Angela. It's great to see you. And my thing I was proud of, I made it through another event that I hosted for 62 people. And I also have started this lovely, well, I think I was working on this probably last week when you all were here, but I've made a lot more progress on it, which is I have begun a cardigan that I'm really proud of. It's my first top-down construction, so you can see I've got little armholes already, and these are going to be built out into longer sleeves, and the body has been started and just, getting it constructed, but I'm reading an actual like full 9-page pattern in order to create this. And I am just so thrilled at the fact that I am actually able to read a pattern because I always told myself that I couldn't, and I'm doing the thing. And I feel really good about that. I have made a couple mistakes on it, but you know what? For it being this big of a project and the fact that I was able to hide the mistakes so that they weren't noticeable felt really good. So super proud of how it's coming along. It feels very comfortable. It's going to be a great kind of like late winter spring garment. So I'll show you all as I continue to make progress. I wish you all could see the colors because of course it's like really difficult to come through on this camera with the lighting I have in here right now, but you can kind of see there's like some like pinks, kind of like sand color, kind of like a beige, and there's like some blue and gray in here. But in person, I promise it looks a lot nicer. Yes, but I just wanted to share that with everybody. And Faye says good night, and good night to you too, Faye. And Angel says, wow, good job, Alex. That's a lot of work. Oh, thank you so much. You're fast. I've been very dedicated lately to my knitting. I'm like hooked. I can't even begin to tell you. I am obsessed with it right now. I am loving it so much. It is bringing me so much joy. And Alicia says, I can see the different colors a bit. That's good. I don't have like, I don't think if I shine my phone camera on it, it probably would look any better. Maybe I'll have to take a picture of it when it's done and show it to you all in like the sunlight or something. And Zach says, Adam Savage calls that hiding your crimes when you cover up mistake making. That would be a very Adam Savage thing to say. He's so cool. I really enjoy him as a person. And Angela says, the cardigan is cool, Alex. That will be nice next fall. Yeah, thank you so much. And Alicia says, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming. Skeleton Key, thank you for sprints. Thank you for coming. And to everybody else, I hope you have a fabulous weekend. Stay warm, and I shall hopefully see you next week. Bye.